Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Sarada
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. On behalf of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, I'd like to welcome everyone for the morning program. Hare Krishna. That's it. So today is Friday, 8th of July 2022, and this morning Srimad Bhagavatam class was given by His Grace Radha Govinda Prabhu. And this evening's Bhagavad Gita class will be given by Bhakta Madan Prabhu. Today's morning breakfast, it won't be served at the Haveli, it will actually be served here at the manor reception. So devotees are requested to queue up for prasadam at the manor reception. Okay. We continue reading from Srila Prabhupada Shikshamrita. In a letter to Pushta Krishna Prabhu on 25th of July 1976. Prabhupada says, I am very pleased that you are preaching, for preaching is our main line. Rishikesh Swami was also doing preaching work, and now you are also. Preaching is the most important business. Although my personal service is also important, the preaching work comes first. I want every one of our men to become first-class preachers. If you want to preach, that is best. Don't be worried, but go on with your preaching and you will be happy. Srila Prabhupada ki, Shrimati Tulsi Maharani ki, Shri Vindaye Tulsi Devya, Priyai Kesava Sacha, Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesava Sacha Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesava Sacha Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Shrimati Tulsi Maharani Vinda Devi ki.
Now let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. You can fulfill the desires of everyone, like the high trees, and are full of compassion for the fools of the world. Ananakote Vaishnavant ki jai. Nabi One should chant the holy names of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of pride and self-false prestige, and ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the names of the Lord himself. There are 10 offences to be avoided in the matter of chanting the holy names of the Lord, and they are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives for propagating the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of spiritual masters. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literatures and scriptures. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be an imagination. 6. To give some interpretation of the holy names of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the special ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas and the activities of Karmakanda. 9. To instruct the faithless person about the glories of the holy name. 10. To be in the chanting of the holy name and to maintain material attachments even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive whilst chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully avoid all the offenses in order to achieve the desires of Prema. Harinam Prabhu ki jai.
Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman
Purusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Hari Purusham Namaham Bhajami Andani Yasa Sakale Priya Priti Manti Vasyanti Pam Vikayanti
Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Pando Mui Savatana Mate Pando Mui Savatana Mate Yahara Prasade Vai Eva Vatariya Yahan Yahara Prasade Vai Eva Vatariya Yahan Krishna Prapti Hoye Yahan Hoite Krishna Prapti Hoye Yahan Hoite Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Itete Koriya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Itete Koriya Arana Koriyo Mane Asha Arana Koriyo Mane Asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Eise Utamagati Shri Guru Charane Rati Eise Utamagati Ye Prasade Pure Sarva Asha Ye Prasade Pure Sarva Asha Chakudano Dhilo Jamne Jamne Prabhu Se Chakudano Dhilo Jamne Jamne Prabhu Se Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Shivati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pachanine Nirvashesha Sunyavadi Astachade Shatanine Jayo Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Advaita Gagada Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Sachinandana, Jayo Sachinandana. Jai Sachinandana, Jayo Sachinandana. Hare Hare Yo Nama Krishna Yadavaya Namaha. Hare Hare Yo Nama Krishna Yadavaya Namaha. Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha. Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha. Gopal Govinda Ram Shri Madhusudan. Gopal Govinda Ram Shri Madhusudan. Giridhari Gopinath Madana Giridhari Gopinath Madana Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita. Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita. Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita. Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita. Virupa Satanata Bhattara Guna. Virupa Sanata Bhattara Guna. Jiva Gopal Bhatta Dasara Guna. Jiva Gopal Bhatta Dasara Guna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Ram Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Ram Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Ram Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Ram Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Ram Rama Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gaurani Jai Gaurani Jai Gaurani Jai Jaya Gaurani Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Prabhupada. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivakacharya Ashtatara Srimad Abhaya Charanaravinda A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivakacharya Ashtatara Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koiti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Chikaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Mathura Dham Ki Jai. Navadip Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Nilachala Dham Ki Jai. Gangamai Yamuna Mai Ki Jai. Tulsi Devi Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Yugadama Harinama Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai. Brihamadanga translated into book this. To the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the lotus feet of Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga.
Bow down to the lotus feet with great high reverence. By His grace one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. My only wish is to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from the lotus mouth. Attachment to the lotus feet is perfection and fulfills all desires. It opens my darkened eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. It is my Lord birth after birth. From Him ecstatic permanence and by Him ignorance is destroyed. Vedic scriptures sing of His character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, friend of the poor and Lord is master of the devotees. Master, be merciful unto us. The shade of the lotus feet. The offerings spread all over the three worlds.
Proper, right? Yeah. So you still have to go to the kitchen. Probably there'll be some people that maybe want to see how. Just like bringing with the brace here, bringing with the pressure. So you still have to go to the normal kitchen. Probably. Yeah, I spoke to him already. No, just figure out. Cool. Let me know if you need it. Cool.
Hare Krishna. Jaya Radha Madhava
Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Shri Radha Madhava ki, Shri Radha Gokulananda ki jai, Shri Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki jai, Shri Gaur Nitai ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanande. Hari Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, welcome everybody to the morning program. There's no need for me to welcome you because you've already been here all morning. I've just arrived, so welcome me to the morning program. Okay, Canto 2, Chapter 6. Verse number 26. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Nama Deyani Mantrash Cha नामधेयानि मन्त्राश्च नामधेयानि मन्त्राश्च दक्षिणाश्च व्रतानि च दक्षिणाश्च व्रतानि च दक्षिणाश्च व्रतानि च नामधेयानि मन्त्राश्च दक्षिणाश्च व्रतानि च देवता अनुक्रमः देवतानुक्रमः कल्पः देवतानुक्रमकल्पः देवतानुक्रमकल्पः संकल्पस्तन्त्रम् एव च संकल्पस्तन्त्रमेव च संकल्पस्तन्त्रमेव च देवतानुक्रमकल्पः संकल्पस्तन्त्रमेव च नामधेयानि मन्त्राश्च दक्षिणाश्च व्रतानि 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 च देवतानुक्रमकल्पः संकल्पस्तन्त्रमेव च Ladies? नामधेयानि मन्त्राश्च दक्षिणाश्च व्रतानि च देवतानि क्रमकल्पः संकल्पस्तन्त्रमेव च नामधेयानि मन्त्राश्च दक्षिणास्तानि च देवतानुक्रमकल्पः संकल्पस्तन्त्रमेव च नामधेयानि मन्त्राश्च दक्षिणाश्च व्रतानि च देवतानुक्रमकल्पः संकल्पस्तन्त्रमेव च नामधेयानि मन्त्राश्च दक्षिणाश्च व्रतानि च देवतानुक्रमकल्पः sankalpastantrameva cha. Word to word, word by word. Namadhyayani, invoking the names of the demigods. Mantra, specific hymns to offer to a particular demigod. Cha, also. Dakshinaha, reward. Cha, and. Vritani, vows. Cha, and. Devata anukramaha, one demigod after another. Kalpaha, the specific scripture. Sankalpaha, the specific purpose. Tantram, a specific process. Eva, as they are. Cha, also. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Other necessities include invoking the different names of the demigods by specific hymns and vows of recompense in accordance with a particular scripture for specific purposes and by specific processes. So please repeat. Other necessities include invoking the different names of the demigods by specific hymns and vows of recompense in accordance with the particular scripture for specific purposes and by specific processes. Purport. The whole process of offering sacrifice is under the category of fruitive action, and such activities are extremely scientific. They mainly depend on the process of vibrating sounds with a particular accent. It is a great science, and due to being out of proper use for more than 4,000 years, the want for qualified brahmanas, such performances of sacrifice are no longer effective. Nor are they recommended in this fallen age. Any such sacrifice undertaken in this age as a matter of show may simply be a cheating process by the clever priestly order. But such a show of sacrifices cannot be effective at any stage. Fruitive action is being carried on by the help of material science and to a little extent by gross material help. But the materialists await a still more subtle advancement in the process of vibrating sounds on which the Vedic hymns are established. Gross material science cannot divert the real purpose of human life. They can only increase the artificial needs of life without any solution to the problems of life. Therefore, the way of materialistic science leads to the wrong type of human civilization. Since the ultimate aim of life is spiritual realization, the direct way of invoking the holy name of the Lord, as mentioned above, is precisely recommended by Lord Chaitanya. And people of the modern age can easily take advantage of this simple process, which is tenable for the condition of the complicated social structure. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Haripriye Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. A few years ago, I was in India and I went to this special place called Udupi. I don't know if any of you have been there. It's the sort of establishment of Madhvacharya and the Madhva Sampradaya, which we belong to. Funny enough, a lot of our philosophy is very different from the Madhva philosophy, but because Madhvacharya is in our line of parampara, we're technically part of the Madhva Sampradaya. And there is a place where Madhvacharya was born, and there is also a Gurukul there, where they teach students. And it's like the Mayapur Gurukul, that students go there from a very early age, and they stay there for a long time, till they're 15, 16, and study all the scriptures of the Madhva Sampradaya. And from the minute they get up, they're chanting mantras. There's a mantra, a lot of their focus is on mantras. So when they wake up, they're chanting mantras. There's a mantra for waking up. There's a mantra for, every part of the morning program, taking a shower, philosophy class for like 3-4 hours. It's just mantras all the way. And Prabhupada introduced this chanting of mantras like this. So the idea was that by the time we all chanted the mantra so many times, the verse, you should be able to quote it from memory. That was the original idea of recitation of the Sanskrit verse. Anyway, they're chanting mantras all morning. There's only one part of the morning program they're not allowed to chant mantras from scriptures, as that is when they're evacuating. But there is a specific type of mantra that they are allowed to chant. In fact, they're meant to chant when they're evacuating. Do you know what that mantra is? These are all verses for bashing Mayavad and for defeating Mayavad philosophy, because that was Madhvacharya's main sort of aim. Every acharya comes with a certain aim, and if you see Madhvacharya, he's always like this, two. It means he's saying, no, it's not one, it's two. Shankaracharya, you got it wrong. It's not one, it's two. There is soul and there is God. And he was known as like a strong preacher against Mayavad. So he said, you can chant these mantras, and you should learn them, in fact, but we do it when we're evacuating. So chant the right mantra at the right place. I thought that was interesting. Anyway, they gave us a tour of the whole Gurukul, and we met the head of the Madhva Sampradaya at that time. We had a few question and answers, very friendly conversation. Amazing devotees. They have, Madhvacharya had 12 main sannyasi disciples, and he gave them all a deity, and the main deity is a deity in Udupi in the middle. And then all the mutts, if you see, there is a main temple and there is a square, and then all the different mutts are lined along the square. So you can go on one parikrama and visit all the 12 mutts and all the deities, and then go to the main temple in the middle. And every 2 years they take turns. So the head of one mutt takes charge of the deity, the main deity in the temple, and then he worships them. And for those 2 years, he's not allowed to leave that square, because outside the square is Maya. There's a lot of things going on, but not inside the square. It's a little bit like Paramakaruna Prabhu. He doesn't go out of the front gate. There's too much Maya out there. It's within the front gate. Like that. So for them also it's the same thing. You stay within the front gate. It's a very dedicated practice, and since we're part of that sampradaya, I thought it was interesting. So this is a very interesting verse. Prabhupada is talking about sacrifices and different types of sacrifices. And especially this verse is continuing on the conversation about sacrifices they used to do in the good old days, offerings into the fire kind of sacrifice. And it's very interesting why it's called a sacrifice, because you're sacrificing something that you don't want to. Okay? So sacrifice means you give up something that you really like. Giving up something that you don't like is not really a sacrifice. I heard Shruti Prabhu said a very interesting thing. One of my services while in the ashram was shaving Shruti Prabhu up. So twice a week I would shave him up. He would come to the ashram, I would shave him up. And then during Janmashtami time, I would drive him around to visit different devotees he was cultivating and meet them. So I was just a driver. I would just drive him everywhere all day and just wait while he goes in and speaks to people. So we had a lot of conversation, and one time he told me that people give charity, but it's said in the scriptures, he said, real charity, when you give charity, it means you should feel the pinch. Okay, you should feel, ouch, okay. I gave something there extra. It's not, if you got £1 million and you give a homeless man £10, it's still a lot, but unless you feel the pinch, it's not really good charity. So in the same way, sacrifice means you're meant to be sacrificing something, you're meant to give. That's why when you hear of all these sacrifices that these kings make, you'll hear things like, okay, he gave 10,000 cows to this brahmana, he gave one heap of gold to this king, and then he sent, it's always like huge amounts, ridiculous amounts, and you'd think, why so much? Why not give everybody, like 20 pounds in an envelope, or, a piece of cloth or something. Now that is also okay, but always sacrifice means it's got to hurt a little bit somewhere. So even when we do a sacrifice, there's a lot of ingredients that are required. There's a lot of fruits, a lot of vegetables, and in fact, the more expensive fruits you can get, the bigger your sacrifice. The more tropical, more exquisite, exotic fruits, okay? The best vegetables, pure clarified ghee, okay, not KTC, or, vegetable ghee or something like that, or margarine, or, Atali Batali or something like that. It's got to be like fresh, pure ghee from a cow, like that. And people would obviously look at it and go, oh man, that's such a waste. You're like pouring fresh, pure, expensive ghee into the fire and burning it. You could give it to to some needy people instead. But the idea behind sacrifice is, well, first of all, you're feeding Vishnu, so it is the best place to put the ghee. And secondly, it's also for your own purification, because if you don't do that, if you're just going to give cheap Atali Batali to the Lord, it's not, he's going to think, oh, I'm such a cheapskate, it's like, you'll get the same kind of stuff in return, okay? So the idea is that we make sacrifice. So here it's speaking about this sacrifice. But why do people make sacrifices? People make sacrifices because they want to progress, okay? Progress can be of two types, okay? There can be external progress, where you're earning a lot of money, building a house, and all these things take sacrifice also. So there is external progress where you think that by getting things, I'm moving forward. By accomplishing things, I'm moving forward, okay? Some feeling of accomplishment, whether it's an accomplishment of the ego, material, physical accomplishments like that, you're moving forward. These are external progress. But then there is also internal progress. That externally it may look like you're doing the same thing, but internally you're making progress. Once Gaur Gopal Prabhu was saying that he was in the Chowpatty temple, and then he was taking some guests around, and he sat the guests down in the temple room, and this was during Japa period, and he saw a guy who was chanting, and he said, "What's he doing?" He goes, "Oh, he's a new brahmachari, he's just joined last week, he's doing a course, he's chanting Hare Krishna, so that's kind of his practice." He goes, "Oh, okay, nice. And who's that guy?" And next to him was Radhanath Swami chanting. And he said, "Oh, he's also a monk, and he's also chanting Hare Krishna, and he's like the leader of the movement. He's been here for like a number of years." And the guest was surprised. He said, "So he joined just last week, and he's doing the same thing. And he joined 30, 40 years ago. He's the leader of the movement, and he's still doing the same thing. No progress?" He goes, "No improvement, like same thing for all these years." But the point is that externally you do the same thing, but the consciousness with which a new person may be chanting japa and somebody who's more advanced in spiritual life is chanting japa would be different. So externally you didn't make so much progress. Maybe you're chanting more rounds, but internally there is a lot of progress. So there is external progress and there is internal progress. Now when we want to achieve something, think of a time that you have an accomplishment in the past when you thought, that was good, I achieved something there. If you think of that time, there's definitely a lot of sacrifice that went into it. Okay? That is also one kind of sacrifice. You put a lot of effort into it. Maybe you gave up certain things. Okay? Maybe you really stuck to your point for many, many years. So there is a lot of sacrifice that is needed. Did you know there is a thing called the 10,000 hour rule? Okay, this is a scientific sort of thing. It's called the 10,000 hour rule. If you really want to be really proficient, really expert at something, you got to spend 10,000 hours on it. Okay? And 10,000 hours, if it's 2 hours a day, if you're practicing it for 2 hours a day, it takes 14 years. Okay? So if you really, really want to be expert at something, it takes 14 years. So if you go by that rule, we are chanting 2 hours of japa every day. So be at least materially expert at japa is going to take 14 years, okay, to be able to chant. But not just that, anything, whether it's woodwork or being an artist, or it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of effort on our part, and it takes a lot of practice and sacrifice. There is a documentary I watched a while ago. I'm just using mundane things as an example. I don't watch documentaries all day long. But there's a documentary I watched. And the Rubik's Cubes, Rubik's Cubes, those 3x3 that you have to sort of put them together. Who's ever tried to solve a Rubik's Cube? Okay, how long did it take you? Gave up after 2 hours. That's what I did. I used it for 2 hours. I gave up. I'm like, this ain't working. Once you get one side right, the other side doesn't fix. And then you fix the other side and something else doesn't work. And if everything works, there's always one square which is out of. And sometimes, it's at an average time, if you really stick to it, for a first timer, it takes about 3 hours to solve a Rubik's Cube. Okay, 3 hours. It's just 3 squares on all sides. Now, if with practice, you can do it in an hour, in half an hour, with practice. Now, there is such a thing in the world called Rubik's Cube Championships. Okay, there's all sorts of games. There are Rubik's Cube Championships where people go, and what you do is, you're at tables and they time you. And you kind of get to look at the Rubik's Cube, so you kind of get as much time as you want to look at it, figure out an algorithm in your head, and then you put it down. And then the timer goes on, you pick it up, and then you have to fix your Rubik's Cube. So, there's a world champion in Rubik's Cube competitions, Max Park, okay? So you can write it down, Max Park. And number 2 is Felix Zemdegs, okay? You know how long it took him to solve a Rubik's Cube? Under 6 seconds. Okay, you can't even see his fingers. It's like he picks it up and just done. It's like that's it. It's like because he figured out the algorithm beforehand. So he holds for a 3x3 cube, his record is like 5.8 seconds. For a 4x4, it's like 8 seconds. For a 5x5 cube, it's like 20 seconds something. Then he's also got the record in like blindfolded Rubik's Cube. Like you look at the algorithm beforehand, then they blindfold you and you fix it. And then there's one-handed Rubik's Cube. You do it with one hand. And everything is under 1 minute. Okay? So then he was asked that and want to know an interesting thing? He's autistic. Okay? And he didn't even recognize, he wouldn't even play with his mother till he was 10 years old. He'd just be in his own head. Okay, like that. So, and he was asked, how did you do this? How can you do it in 5 seconds when most people give up after 3 hours? You know what his answer was? Practice. Practice and sacrifice. Okay? You practice more and more, 10,000 hours. Even you can beat Max Park. Okay? So all things can be done if you practice. That is a modern concept anyway. That is one type of sacrifice that people make in this world. Elon Musk, where he is today, to get there, he probably made a lot of sacrifices. So did Bill Gates and so many achievers. If you read their stories, there's so many sacrifices. Sports people, Olympic swimmers, had to make a lot of sacrifice, isn't it? Kishori was a swimmer. She used to swim for Hampshire. She used to swim for, 3 hours a day or something. Don't know how long did you swim for? Okay, don't tell me. But there is a lot of sacrifice that is needed if you want to achieve something. So that is one type of sacrifice. But then the Vedas say, okay, that's just mundane. You're getting something external. You're making progress. But another type of sacrifice the Vedas talks about, okay, well, you can do that, okay, but you can make a different type of sacrifice that is sort of helps you make a little bit of internal progress as well. You can make external progress, but you can also make an internal process. So let's bring in some divine arrangement in here. Let's not just think that I work hard, I achieve something, it's all about me. That's what it's all about. It does take sacrifice, but it's still about you. I work hard, I achieve it. One man can do it, another man can do it. If I do the same thing he did, I'll achieve it as well. So it's sort of like an atheistic sort of concept, but it's still sacrifice. But then the Vedas say, okay, that's not it. That's not actually how it works. Let's study the physics behind how this works. Yes, you're putting in the effort, but you're not getting the things because of your effort only. Okay, there is some divine arrangement here. Krishna is sanctioning it. There are demigods involved, and they are giving you whatever the results you're getting. It's not just you. There's a lot going on. You may not see it, but it's happening. So let's understand that, let's acknowledge that, and let's do a slightly different kind of sacrifice. Sacrifice is necessary, but slightly different type of sacrifice. But by understanding that, you're making some spiritual progress. Okay, you're making some spiritual progress there. So it's an idea to get somebody who still wants material things to slightly align them with spirituality. That's the idea. And hence, all these sacrifices come into being. So it says, okay, you're not doing that type of sacrifice, but you're still going to make sacrifice, so this is how you do it. And for that you need brahmanas. Brahmanas means you need to pay them. In the good old days, it wasn't money, it was, a cow, maybe, and cows are not cheap. You need to look after them, you need to get all the ingredients for the yajna, you need to chant the mantras in a specific way. Chandramouli Maharaj gave the class yesterday, and he was explaining the story of Twasta and how one wrong syllable, instead of an A, he pronounced the A. And instead of creating a demon that was meant to be killing Indra, there was a demon who ended up being killed by Indra, who was Vritrasura, of course. So very specific pronunciation is needed. So there's a lot of specific things. But unless you do that, okay, you're not going to get what you want. At the same time, it takes a lot of sacrifice. So sacrifice is necessary either way. Okay, you can't make progress without sacrifice. In today's world, Prabhupada also explains here that in the modern day, people are trying to find solutions to things, but on the way, we're making even more and more problems. We're creating more problems. Prabhupada writes, they can only increase the artificial needs of life without any solution to the problems of life. Okay? We've tried to solve problems for a long time, but because we haven't done it with divine help, okay, we've kind of gone into ugra karma, we're trying to do things in our own way. And because we're trying to solve problems like this, we're actually creating even more problems. Okay? I watched another documentary. This was about soil. Okay, this was about soil and farming. So, in the good old days, farming was done with, 1 or 2 bulls, a little bit of plowing, sometimes no plowing, you do it nature's way, you just plant the seeds in the ground. But now it's all industrial farming because we need so much grain. We don't need so much grain for people. We need so much grain to feed the animals that we want to eat. Okay? It is said that if everybody becomes vegetarian for one day, you'd save enough grain to feed the entire planet for a year. There's no shortage of food. We're just misusing it. Okay? We're breeding animals instead of growing grains. Okay? Anyway, so hence, when you need so much grain, you need to, you can't just have like 1 or 2 bulls plowing your field. You need to make it more commercial, industrial. Okay? So they have these huge machines that are plowing obviously they plow very, very deep, okay? So it erodes the topsoil. And what happens is because of that, Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda, Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman, Shri Gaura Nitai Ki Jai. Okay, so it erodes the topsoil. There's no natural elements left in the soil. So then what you do is you use artificial fertilizers. So it kind of works, but then it sort of kills the soil as well. Then you use pesticides, so you're kind of killing the soil. And then you have to keep doing that. So it's said that since we started industrial farming, we've already eroded a third of the topsoil, which is needed to grow. After that, it's all rock. You can't grow grains there. And according to an estimate, there's only 60 years of topsoil left. If we keep doing things the same way, 60 years there won't be any topsoil left, which means we only got 60 harvests left. Then you won't be able to grow grains. Okay? So it seems like everything's happening in the next 50, 60 years, isn't it? We're going to run out of, we're going to run out of topsoil. You can't grow grains. Temperatures are going to go beyond sort of a limit, and it's irreversible if we don't change things. Okay? There's flooding, ice caps melting, flooding of coastal regions. Fossil fuels are going to run out 40, 50 years. Topsoil is going to run out. This is going to start civil wars. Everything seems to be happening in the next 60, 70, 100 years. Looks like there is going to be some major change of some sort by the end of this century. And hopefully we won't be around to see it. But who knows? Who knows? But something big's definitely going to happen. And we're not changing fast enough. But the point I'm trying to make is we tried to solve a problem, and we've created a bigger problem. And just like that, in the past 300-400 years, there have been so many problems which we've been trying to solve by industrialization, modern machinery, modern weaponry, modern science. And right now we're happy, okay? Because we think, hey, we solved problems. But it's a bit like you're going up like that, and then you're going to go straight down the cliff. Okay, but you can't see the end, so we're thinking we're okay. I'm okay right now. Okay, 50, 60 years, I'm not going to be around. Who cares? I'm okay. The other people can deal with that. So we're creating more problems, but problems cannot be solved like that. Okay, by our own effort, materialistic, mundane, without acknowledging the divine, we can't do it. And hence the Vedas says, don't do that. I know you want what you want, but let's do it in a slightly different way. Let's do it like this. I know you're doing sacrifice, which you got to do anyway, but let's make sacrifice like this instead of like that. Okay? But nowadays that's not possible. As Prabhupada explains, for over 4,000 years, all the things have been lost, all the art has been lost, and due to lack of proper brahmanas, it doesn't work. And anybody who claims they can do that is simply a cheating process by the clever priestly order. Okay, so Prabhupada says it's kind of cheating, because it's very difficult to find people who can do it like that. And hence Prabhupada says that the way to move forward in today's world, okay, what do you do? The way to move forward is spiritual sacrifice. Okay, Sankirtan Yagya. Sankirtan Yagya. I always thought when I was growing up, I always thought yagya means you kind of have to have a fire pit. Okay, you can't have a fire pit. You can't have a yagya without a fire pit. And then I was like, Sankirtan Yagya. So what do you do? Like you sit around the fire and chant Hare Krishna. It was all still fire, 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 yagya, fire pit. But yagya means sacrifice. So that is one type of sacrifice. This is a different type of sacrifice. Even in spiritual life, there is sacrifice needed. There's no fire. Okay? Just like in the first kind of sacrifice we spoke about, which is a totally materialistic sacrifice, also there's no fire, but there is sacrifice if you want to achieve something. In this kind of sacrifice, there is a fire. Again, in spiritual sacrifice, there's no fire, but there's still sacrifice. If you want to make spiritual progress, you need to make some sacrifices. And waking up at 4:30 in the morning, sitting through a boring class, all of that is also a sacrifice. Okay? I got it right, didn't I? So sacrifices are always needed, either way. Without sacrifice, there is no progress. But you got to make your choice which kind of sacrifice you want to make. There's no escaping sacrifice. You're not going to win the lottery in Krishna consciousness. Okay? You're not going to come here and go, okay, I'm here. I'll sit around and I'll make progress. It'll just happen. It kind of happens in the brahmachari ashram and the ladies ashram, of course. You kind of get pushed along by other people's efforts, okay? It's 4 o'clock in the morning. If you don't wake up, Srinivas Prabhu comes and rings the bell. You kind of have to wake up. You can't, rings the bell, and then at one point Srinivas Prabhu is switching on the light as well. So, you just can't sleep. So you kind of have to be down here. If you don't come here for a few days, then, you get pulled up by Keshav Maharaj. What's going on? I haven't seen you. Why are you leaving at 6:30? You got to stay here till 7 o'clock. Okay? So you kind of get pushed along. Okay, you kind of get, it's like bulls, you kind of get prodded along a little bit. You kind of have to go, you're directed by the ashram, you kind of make progress. But especially one thing I realized when I moved out of the ashram after 10 years is that, you're on your own now. Okay, there's nobody pushing you. You kind of do things. You kind of have to make your own endeavor. My biggest realization was, my biggest realization was prasadam. You know how much effort it goes into, I never thought this, in the ashram, you just go into your room at 1:15 and the food's ready and you just eat it, there's somebody serving. Okay, I never thought that for making food, you have to, first of all, you need money. Okay, then you have to buy vegetables. Then you have to chop vegetables, you have to peel vegetables, you have to cook vegetables, you have to add the spicing, okay? It takes about an hour or hour and a half or whatever it takes. Then you have to offer it and you have to kind of wait, even though you're hungry, okay, since you're going to eat, okay? And then after that, you get to eat. And it's actually a whole 2-3 hour endeavor. Whereas I never thought that. I thought, I changed ashram, I was there and I was like, where's my food? It wasn't there. It's like you have to put in all this effort. So in the ashram, you kind of move along, but once you move outside, you kind of have to put your own effort. But if you're just hanging around outside, you're not going to make progress because you need to make some sacrifice. And even in the ashram, it takes sacrifice, but it's a different kind of sacrifice. There's no escaping sacrifice. Grihastha life is not life. Grihastha life. Yeah, a lot of Grihastha lives around, but Grihastha life is not freedom. It's not just, hey, now I can do what I want. Well, you can do what you want, but then you won't go anywhere. So it's also going to take sacrifice. And brahmachari life is also not easy. That also takes sacrifice. Either way, the sacrifice for this age is to become Krishna conscious. And when you become Krishna conscious, when you practice Sankirtan Yagya, all your problems will automatically be solved. The things that you got from the first kind of sacrifice and the second kind of sacrifice, you'll also get with this. When you become Krishna conscious, 2 things happen. Okay, first thing is that your relationship with Krishna develops. You become more satisfied, you become more contented, you become more blissful, you become happy, and you realize that all those things that I thought I needed, I don't really need them anymore. Okay? So instead of making endeavor to gain those things only to realize that it's not working, you kind of skip that whole part. You realize that I don't need them anymore because I'm internally satisfied. Instead of making external progress, you made internal progress. Okay? The problem is inside, the problem's not outside. So you realize you don't need these things anymore, and your relationship with Krishna develops. And second thing that happens when you become Krishna conscious is you develop qualities like Krishna. Okay, Krishna says he becomes like me. It means you become godly. You don't become God, you become godly. Okay, you develop qualities of a self-realized person that Krishna explains. There's over 100 verses in the Bhagavad Gita just explaining the qualities of a self-realized person. And Krishna is saying, look, this is what you'll become. He's trying to tell us this is what will happen if you become Krishna conscious. And when you develop these qualities, these amazing qualities, you won't be affected by the material world while you're here because you would have made progress. So you're still in this world, you're satisfied, you're happy, and you're very good at tolerating things. Okay? So, Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai, there's a marathon going on as I speak. First day of the marathon today. Vishwambar Prabhu is here heading up the marathon, so if you want to go distribute some books, please do. If you don't want to go distribute some books, still do, because you need to make a sacrifice. Thank you very much, Hare Krishna. We got 5 minutes. Do we have any questions? Anybody? Yes, Prabhu. Sanket Prabhu, right?
Thank you for the class.
Don't ask me difficult questions, man. I'm not used to. Just ask me something simple. Go on.
I was just wondering if the yajna for the sages, Sankirtan yajna, we still do 5 sacrifices, right? For initiations,
Yeah.
marriages, etc. I was just wondering what the reason is for that.
I knew somebody would ask me that question. If it's all bogus, if it's all cheating, why do we do it? I guess we want to establish Vedic culture. Sacrifice may not work in the sense that you may not be able to do a sacrifice and sacrifice a horse and maybe gain a kingdom. It may not work like that. Otherwise Putin would have done it, you know. But it doesn't work like that. But what will work is that the act of making sacrifice will purify you. Okay, so that's one thing that definitely happens, because sacrifice, any kind of sacrifice always brings purification. Even if it's mundane sacrifice, that'll still bring some purification to you. So even spiritual sacrifice, when you make sacrifices like that, it helps us purify ourselves. Secondly, it also pleases Krishna, because our purpose in performing a sacrifice, we don't do sacrifices for material things. Prabhupada specifically writes here, okay? Where is it? The whole process of offering sacrifice is under the category of fruitive action. Those are the kind of sacrifices that don't work. And our sacrifices are not really for fruitive action. We are doing a sacrifice, we're performing a sacrifice for pleasing Krishna and for spiritual reasons. And when you can use anything in Krishna consciousness, why not a sacrifice? You can use anything mundane and material even in a spiritual way to please Krishna. So why not a Vedic thing for pleasing Krishna? So our sacrifices are they're not aimed at demigods, they're aimed at Vishnu. They're not meant to, gain material things for fruitive action. They're meant for pleasing Krishna, and they help us be purified ourselves. It also helps us to keep Vedic culture alive, because that's also important. Culture is just as important as practice, because culture upholds practice. So yeah, those reasons. Was that okay? Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Yes, maybe one more question and then, yeah. Maybe we should take some questions from the ladies if there are any after.
Thank you for the class, Prabhu. Just had a quick question on the internal progress which you were speaking about.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice how we can analyze if we're internally progressing? Because I think we could invest 10,000 hours but still don't make any progress. Right?
Yeah.
So.
How do you analyze? Srila Prabhupada gave the answer to that. He said, you're making progress based on how much you're still attached to the material world, how many material desires you still have. So if you see that your material desires are going down, you're making progress. That's the sort of benchmark. I don't know the exact quote Prabhupada said, but something along those lines. I don't know if anyone remembers. But Prabhupada said something along those lines that you know how you're progressing in Krishna consciousness by how much you becoming detached from material things. And plus there are the qualities in the Bhagavad Gita, you can look at them and go, do I have that? Nah. Do you have that? Yeah, maybe. Like that. Then you know. Self-analysis. Any questions from the ladies? Anybody? No? We have 1 more minute if there is a final question from anybody. Prayojana Prabhu. Prayojana Prabhu. Just wait for the mic, Prabhu.
Arjuna had the same problem, trying to control the mind.
Arjuna, yeah.
Yeah, and he said, how can I do it? It's like control the wind,
Yeah.
And then he said, Krishna didn't let him off the hook. He said, by practice and detachment.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what the detachment was?
Practice and detachment.
Yeah, by practice and detachment.
I think by detachment, my understanding is that Arjuna was attached to doing things his way. Like if you see in the Bhagavad Gita, then he explains that why should I fight? I should just go into the forest. I should just do this. So he was attached to doing things the way he wanted to do things. But Krishna says practice and detachment in the sense that don't be attached to your way. Do what I'm telling you, or do what the right thing to do is. That is my understanding, but I might be wrong.
Sounds good. Thanks.
I don't know if Vishwamba Prabhu, I mean, you probably know, you just saying.
It was good. Thank you.
Is it? Okay. Thank you. Prabhuji, did you want to ask something? Or, okay, cool. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody, and hope you have a good, blissful day in Krishna consciousness and make some sacrifices today. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai.
Hare Krishna, just a reminder that breakfast will be served in reception.